We have had so much rain overnight, 3 to 6 inches in this area. Brendan Martin, down in Ocala, Marion County, horse capital, the most southern city, small town in the state of Florida, I think.
I just love the new things you come up with about Ocala every day. I'm just gonna put them all together, like the limestone, horse capital, smallest town in the most southern city. We're in the middle, bro. 90 miles from either coast. Okay,
I got you.
This horse country here, man. That's what we do here. That's it.
Take a picture with your cellular phone of the QR code. Our man, executive producer Brendan Martin. We're up on Twitter, Twix, X, whatever you want to call it, Facebook, YouTube, 7 channels we broadcast live simultaneously. We do this, and you can watch us again. If you miss us live, go catch us later on the exercise bike, walking.
On the flip side, man.
On the commute. A lot of when wheels are up, you're going from Orlando to Dallas on a flight. Watch Sidelines. We do it every day, and we got 8 shows on this channel, the SEC Sideline Sports Network. Nobody works harder than a dozen Mennonite farmers and Brendan Martin. I'm telling you what.
Nobody.
And he could do a barn raising himself. Let's get started, man. We got John Hartwell, AD at ULM, Coach Matt Dean over in Memphis.
Matthew will join us in a moment. Right?
Will join us in a moment, yeah. And then we're going to have Chris Lee of Southeastern 16 on in the second half. Look, man, I love competition. It is the spice of life, as Coach Pratt used to tell us. Looking at this World Series, we have 6 conferences represented out of the 8 teams. The last 2 standing, and by God, looking at that Coach Scholl for Coastal Carolina, you better, by God, pronounce that nickname right. And I'm going to let a native Mobilian who doesn't eat seafood as it's ever been frozen because it's not really seafood, says Will Johnson and John Hartwell. A man that Wenzel's has a table set anytime he's in Mobile. John Hartwell, AD.
John, that was a 1-minute intro. I clocked it.
I appreciate the accolades there, Rob. Yeah, that game last night, it was funny because one of our local sports guys here in Northeast Louisiana, I saw a X post earlier this morning, and it said, all of the bad karma that any other athletic program may have over a period of years in the state of Louisiana, all of that luck goes to LSU. And man, when you look at that last inning last night, whether it was the decision, and man, you got to feel, regardless whether you like them or not, or you call the Hogs or not, you got to feel bad for Arkansas this morning because you have a ground ball, and especially feel bad for that pitcher. You have a ground ball, runners first and second to the shortstop, routine double play ball. And I understand you got to sympathize with him because you got to understand him going to third to try to get the lead runner. But that leaves 2 runners on. You get the double play and the game's over. And then a misplayed line drive to left field, and one batter later, and the game's over, and LSU advances, and Arkansas goes home. But I think you're going to have a heck of a finals starting Saturday. But hey, the Chanticleers, Sunbelt proud, baby, have won 26 games in a row. They are for real. They've obviously been there before, being the 2016 national champions, and I think it's going to be a heck of a series. But hey, it's hard to argue with 26 in a row, and so I'm going with the Chanticleers and the Sunbelt winning another national championship this weekend in Omaha.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's going to be a really, really, I don't use the term unbelievable. It's just going to be an intense, and I don't know if LSU is wired. The DNA in LSU baseball, it's different from mere mortals. R.D. Mercer in Tulsa, Oklahoma, calls them the Chandeliers. So he and Coach Scholl, they may go at it. But John, what is happening? And I love the SEC, but I love competition. And I love to see competition around the country. What's happening here is talent is spread out, and it's happening in football. It's happening in basketball. And with this house settlement, a school like Gonzaga that doesn't have to pay for football, holy shnikes. they're going to have an NBA roster potentially. I got to ask you this, because Schultz, our man David Schultz, has been just blowing this stuff up all over social media about the Sunbelt, staying on top of it. You just said it. You also made a hire, the baseball coach. You got some cool things to tell us, and we're going to get into a lot of stuff, but big news.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I hadn't been able to be on the last couple of weeks. A couple of coaching hires, a couple of other things. New president coming in, so great to be back with you guys as always.
Always.
Yeah, we hired somebody familiar to the folks there in the Memphis area. Rob, Coach Pemberton, Ford Pemberton, who was an assistant the last 2 years at Memphis, has helped the start of their turnaround of their baseball program. He's a Louisiana native, Bossier City. And for those not familiar with Bossier City, it's really Shreveport. The river there separates Shreveport and Bossier City, but spent time, is a graduate of LSU, spent time at both Nichols and Southeastern Louisiana, who both have had a lot of success in baseball. Hey, I've got to give a shout out while we're talking about Southeastern Louisiana. J.R. Teagues, who is the chairman of the NCAA Division I Baseball Committee and was the longtime baseball coach at Southeastern Louisiana, now the AD there, doing a tremendous job. He texted me a couple of days ago about situation with our women's tennis. We'll talk about here in a second. And he texted me about it and said, hey, saw this, I know this is going on a lot of places around the country. I said, what the heck are you doing texting me? I said, you're in the middle of a game. And he literally shot me a picture from sitting dead behind home plate in Omaha. I said, hey, you need me to come out there, I'll discuss what's going on here with you for a couple of days.
Damn right. Well, look, man, there are a lot of cool stories happening in Omaha.
Games,
big. Yeah. It's big. I'm getting, it's going to be sad. It's going to be over by Tuesday, maybe at the latest, but I mean, it's just getting more popular. This is the best thing. And 6 different conferences represented among the 8 teams. Last year, I think it was 2, SEC, ACC, John.
Yeah. And again, the success of Murray State, Coastal Carolina, really Coastal Carolina, you shouldn't be surprised at their success because they've invested big time in baseball and it's paid off for them. Obviously, recruiting to Myrtle Beach, and it's interesting if you look at their roster, they have a handful of South Carolina guys, but they have a whole lot of Northeast guys on that team and Midwest. And, while, and this is no knock to Myrtle Beach at all, but the Wings t-shirt places and stuff like that, the Neon Boulevard, maybe not that appealing to those of us who have, the Florida Gulf Coast and the Alabama Gulf Coast to go to, and even the Florida Atlantic. But for folks from the Northeast, going to Myrtle Beach is not a tough sell, and give them credit. They've capitalized on that.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, Jersey City, and you think about all of the, the boardwalk and all like that. And look, Myrtle Beach ain't bad. And the Chanticleers, they've got a huge Twitter page too. I mean, they have got a lot of people following them. Okay, let's get into some things, and then we're going to talk about the football magazines are out and all. But y'all are going to drop tennis, and I had a coach at an SEC school tell me a year ago. He said, "Rob, I don't coach what is called a revenue-producing sport, and I won't be surprised if in 2 or 3 years that a lot of the sports that are not revenue are just club sports." I hate that, but this house settlement, is that why?
Well, yeah, it's an indirect impact of that because again, even at the Sunbelt level, for the next 10 years, we're losing $300,000 a year of distribution. You can call it our conference distribution, but it's really NCAA funds to help pay the payments and arrears to student athletes, for the last several years who have not been able to take advantage of NIL, which was a directive of the House settlement.
Yeah.
But really when you look at our process, and yes, we are dropping our women's tennis program. It's not to, as I've had several media interviews here the last couple of days, it's not to turn around and put the money saved from that program into the pockets of men's basketball or football student athletes in terms of revenue share. It's really an effort from a financial standpoint to help try to balance our budget. And so when you look at it, there were a lot of factors that went in there. And the really important thing is, because I know some people may be saying, well, Title IX, how can you drop a women's sport? Well, here's what we're doing is we are reallocating all 8 of those scholarships to other women's sports only after any of our current student athletes, who obviously they aren't going to be playing tennis here anymore. Part of that rollout is to honor their scholarships, whether they're a rising sophomore or a rising senior. If they choose not to go in the portal, or even if they do go in the portal and they don't find a home, we will honor their scholarship through the end of their undergraduate pursuit. And that's just common courtesy in a situation like this. That is a tough decision. I mean, again, when I was on the Zoom call, and all 8 of our student athletes are international, our coach is international, and I'm on a Zoom call Tuesday morning with these young ladies, some of which are crying, and you understand. I mean, you're basically there. The rug is being yanked out from under them, but it is happening a lot of places around the country. Here's your little fact, and I think you're going to see some more before the end of the year. When you look at from March 25th through now, there have been, I think, 14 Division I institutions who have announced discontinuing sports.
Yeah.
And you're going to see that trend continue. What a lot of people don't understand, we had 17 sports prior to the announcement of dropping tennis. The requirement to be FBS is to sponsor 16 sports. And I know there have been some inquiries made to the NCAA. Hey, can we drop below that? And I think you're going to continue to see that challenge. But, I think you are, and you've seen it even at the Power 4 level. Utah dropped beach volleyball. Some others have dropped some. And I think you're going to continue to see that, maybe on a different scale. But all of us have economic challenges, in the new version of what college athletics is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I remember 1981, Tom Milkovich was coaching wrestling at Auburn. They were number 7 or 8 in the country. Sweet Umbaugh won 39 SEC championships at Auburn. He's in the Hall of Fame in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Coach Dye becomes AD and football coach. Back then, you did it for the extra money, okay? They had to drop wrestling because it was costing $150,000 a year. I hate that, because I'll tell you something. You can tell people that don't play sports when they become adults. You can tell those that did not play sports coming up, and we're lesser for it. I hate that. That's all I did as a kid was go to swim practice every morning at 6:15, 6:30, and play tennis 3 or 4 hours a day. I'm not a great tennis player, but it's all we did. And but that's life, and they'll figure it out. I got to ask you, I like these comments. Blind Squirrel Sports. Now, there's a debate, John. Buena Vista, Georgia, or Buena Vista? Now, I say he's from Buena Vista. A wise man once said, baseball is a crazy game. And another wise man allegedly replied, real life sucks, man. But as Dave, I got to meet this. We got to get him on the show. But as Dave Van Horn might say, the game is a game. Condolences to Dudley and congrats to Frank. And by the way, I'm over in Parkin right now, about to go to Memphis right after the show. They're not going to close the bridges in Arkansas, but it's a good idea. I feel I have so many Arkansas friends, and it would have meant so much to the state of Arkansas. But it's going to mean so much to the state of Louisiana if they win it, or for the Chanticleers. Wow, that ending, John, the end of that game. Have you seen anything like 3 consecutive plays like that? No, remember, had Arkansas won, they still had to play LSU again today. So there's nothing. But how would you have handled that as Dave Van Horn? And what do you say to these guys? Because we've all dropped the ball once or twice in our lives. That's a sick feeling.
Yeah, and there were, and I didn't even mention, the final play, the base. I think it ended up going as a base hit, but the second baseman climbing the ladder, having the ball hit his glove, and it was a shot.
Oh yeah,
you got to give credit there, but he didn't make the play. But so you've got, a second baseman, a shortstop, and a left fielder who all, and again, for those of us that have played sports, you all have had that feeling at some point in your career when you feel like you let your teammates down. And I'll show my age a little bit here. I think you guys are all in the same category. I mean, you could take a 10-second clip, and I think ESPN did a really nice job of capturing it. But I hearken back to the days of ABC, Wide World of Sports, the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw it right there on both sides. And I tell you what was really, really class, as exuberant as all of those LSU players were, you saw 3 or 4 of them kind of peel off and go try to console the opponents, man, because those Arkansas kids were heartbroken, and understandably so.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, I believe it or not, at kick 6, I was sitting next to an Alabama fan, and I consoled him. And then I said, that's life. Sometimes you get the shit in the stick. And But I mean, it's a sick feeling. And to see those LSU guys do that, because my God, I mean, if you're think about that Arkansas baseball program, that was the 10th World Series for Dave Van Horn. He hadn't won it yet, but man, they're always, and they'll be back next year, but that showed a lot of class from those LSU guys.
Well, John, to me, baseball is sort of different that way. You play a lot of round robin tournaments. You play in a lot of these, where you're in the same vicinity, a la Omaha, for a long period of time. So you see each other outside, in passing games, you make friends. You realize that you're a part of a family of baseball.
Yeah.
But you compete on the diamond, and you get it. But I played baseball started when I was 8 years old. Yeah. I didn't get good until probably my last 2 years, but sucked all the way through.
I bet you.
Unlike Rob in tennis, huh?
Yeah, unlike Rob in tennis. I sucked. I was afraid to get hit. I thought the pitcher was going to hit me with the ball. I was a guaranteed out, for sure. So, but along the way, I never quit because my friends kept playing.
Yeah.
Right. And I kept showing up. And then not to digress, one day I came across an amazing coach who was a guy that cared and he went through this whole, the league thing, and he had to draft players and all that back then. And then this guy shows up and he says, nobody wants these other players. They all suck. And this guy stood up, and his name Walt Tomoka. He's great. Pictures on the wall. He's a mentor of mine. He stood up and he looked around the room. He said, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. All of you should be ashamed of yourselves. And then he says, I'll take this team and the team that I drafted, and I'll beat your ass in both leagues.
Yeah.
And he did. He won both leagues. He called us the Ragamuffins, and they were the Juggernauts. And he had his A team, and we were literally the leftovers. And he just worked us and brought us into that other family of really great athletes, and we were around them that we never had that access, and they brought us in as a family. And next thing you know, we believed we could win and be as good as those guys. That's baseball to me in a lot of ways when you grow up and play it. And I think, that's why it hurts almost when you win, because you see a guy compete and you know how bad it hurts, because you've definitely been on the losing end of that probably more times than you've won the championship. I didn't mean to digress, but that's baseball.
It is, and that's a great point. I mean, I think about that left fielder for Arkansas. I mean, that kid, it's a depth perception thing, and then you slip and he's just going, that was the longest 2 or 3 seconds running to get that ball and throwing it in. But But, I go back to the greatest advice ever is you got 9 innings to get the job done. You got 60 minutes in football to get it done. Don't let it come down to the last few seconds. If it does, it does. But the one thing, these Arkansas, if I were the Arkansas coach and those guys, I would have just gathered them all around and said, hey, man, either, we all win together or we die as individuals, and we lose together. And that's the thing that you learn. But Dave Van Horn, I know Butch Thompson, and Butch loves that guy. And I know Arkansas fans right now feel lower than a snake in a wagon wheel rut. But they will be back. And LSU, you know what? Give credit to LSU because they never quit. They could have lost that game, and that you could tell they were tired. But damn, man,
that's baseball, though.
That's right. That's baseball.
Why you got rally caps. That's why you believe you can come back, because you probably played a game where you did.
There's a lot of superstition, John, in baseball in there.
Yeah, there really is. Hey, the other thing, and I know, our listeners, and we talk about some of the things sometimes. I know people talk about, oh, the NCAA doesn't do this or they do this or whatever. Here's one thing that's been done right in terms of the format of the College World Series. Mm-hmm. And I know we could have had a game today if either Louisville or Arkansas would have won. But the fact that there's a day off tomorrow, and now with, neither one of those teams getting pressed, we have 2 days off. Excuse me. You're going to see an unbelievable 2 or 3 game series because both teams' best pitchers will be fresh. Yeah. The players will be fresh. And I think it's going to be, I'd be shocked, if there's an empty seat, which I don't think there will be in Rosenblatt Stadium this weekend. And then 2, I think the TV ratings are going to be through the roof for this series. Well,
they're going to crack 3 million. I'm willing to say. Because there's the Chanticleers am I correct on that?
Yes.
The Chanticleers, yeah, which is a rooster, a beautiful rooster. And my Eggman up on the ridge has about 7 different kinds of chickens and 1 rooster and 34 hens. That's a lucky rooster is all I got to say. But Brendan's right. When you see as a kid, there's a lot of daddy ball, the loudest dad in the room, he's going to coach and his son, by God, is going to be the quarterback or he's going to be the pitcher or whatever. Daddy ball only gets you about through middle school. You get to high school, it's a real kick in the balls, what reality is like. And what you saw last night, that level of competition, and that shortstop for LSU, he's about 5'6" I think he's from New Mexico. Same state that Diego Pavia is in. What is it about the alpha male culture? Diego Pavia, by the way, state wrestling champion 2 years in a row at Volcano High School in Albuquerque. I'm sorry. John, was that the correct pronunciation? No, they say it down in South Alabama, Albuquerque.
No doubt.
You better watch if you're talking smack about Albuquerque now.
Albuquerque's a badass.
Hey, Albuquerque. Hey, you better watch it.
Better Call Saul is going to come after you.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you ain't been to the pit yet, bro. You want to go to some place and see some basketball? Go down to the pit. Check it out, man. One of the greatest places to watch a game.
I have heard it is incredible.
It is.
And yeah, you're right about that. But John, and I don't know what happened to Matt, but he's back in the coaching world. For all we know, a stud recruit came by with the family and said, hey, we'd like to talk. And Matt's like, Rob, you'll have to wait.
Well, we're going to bring in Chris Lee because whenever he comes on, his time's valuable, just like Mr. John Hartwell's is. So
and listen, Southeastern. Yeah, Southeastern 16, man. John, say hello to Chris Lee in Nashville, the Southeastern 16.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Hey, John, good morning.
John's AD at ULM, so we got Sunbelt, we got SEC. But you know what? I love competition. I hate it for the Hogs, but you got to love it for LSU. And Chris, your take, and we're talking some Omaha big time.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, hats off to LSU for advancing. Tremendous program. My pre-tournament pick to win the whole thing and looking like a title team for sure. I thought last night the 3 programs still playing after Louisville got eliminated were the 3 best in the country, 3 best teams, and that's what we're getting. Yeah. For Arkansas, and I don't know how you can't start there given the history and all that's happened. Man, I mean, there are painful losses, and then there's one like that, right? Where there's like there's like a half dozen things that you can point to, and you say, if they just done this differently or that differently, or this happens, we got another game tonight. But that's not how it goes, and that was one of the hardest losses, just as a neutral observer, to sit there and watch because of the way it went down. You literally saw two starters walking off the field in tears for Arkansas, that were involved in two plays in the ninth. And it just, I think those two programs are tremendous. I've got a lot of respect for both of them. And I wish it had just ended differently than it did.
Yeah. And all of us, I mean, I can say if you've ever played sports or you got kids that do, Brendan, you got the travel soccer. Chris, you got it. John, you got it. You're an AD. John, what do you think, Hunter, Yurachek and Dave Van Horn talked about, other than, I would say, Coach, you know what? You get us here every year. Eventually, it's going to happen. That's what I'd tell him.
Yeah, I mean, as an AD, you just got to put your arm around your coach and love on them and say, hey, this sucks. There's a pit in everybody's stomach. But you know what? 3 months from now, you're still going to be kicking yourself. But you know what? You were also out of 300 plus Division I baseball programs, you were in the final three, and you were literally, a split second decision not to throw the ball to third from the shortstop to second base to turn a double play. You were that far from living again to playing today. And who knows, you can say all you want to about, they don't have much pitching left. Hey, you gotta, that's what is so great about baseball. You got to go play the game. You never know what's going to happen. And I'll say this, I got to run in a minute, guys. With all of the beef about people talking about the House settlement, NIL, and what's happening to college athletics, last night was absolutely everything that's great about college athletics. Has it changed? Is it going to continue to evolve over the next 5 months, 5 years? Yeah, absolutely so. Yeah. But the passion, and again, I go back to the wide world of sports analogy, the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Yeah. And if you're in it long enough, you're going to be on both sides of it. That's what makes college athletics so great. And that's why college athletics is not only going to continue to survive, it's going to thrive. It's going to look different than it has. But, I feel blessed every day to be in the midst of this.
Yeah. And John, you're right. And I think about so many Arkansas fans I know over here, just they're crushed. I mean, I was reading texts on my hunting club thread last night. I mean, I'm telling you, it was, we got LSU
Rob
guys
sends 487 texts a day.
No, well, I don't send it. I'm on these threads.
He does.
But my gosh, the reaction of those Hog fans. Connor out in Houston, recent graduate of Fayetteville. And I think about so many people, they wanted it so bad. It'll take a few days to get over it. But you know what? You like Brendan always says, things are going to happen. You're flying at 40,000 feet. You got 4 engines. You lose one. Well, you got 3 more. You just keep coming back. Chris,
John, before you go.
Man, I got to say, I love it,
You
Brendan.
want to see it? Awesome. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's go. Here we go.
Oh. Do we have the audio?
Oh wait, hold on. The audio. Let me share the audio.
Yeah.
Well, I usually don't share the audio when I share these things. I'm hearing the audio. You guys aren't. Hold on. It's the best part about it.
Hey, while he's figuring that out, Rob, I got to say one more thing. Hey, I'm surprised you don't have Frank Duffy on here this morning, because I can picture him celebrating. He's got a spoon in one hand, stirring the gumbo, and a Bloody Mary in the other, celebrating the.
He texted last night. He was at the yacht club in New Orleans with Winthorpe and Jeeves, having a big time. Here we go.
All right, I think we got it here. Hold on.
Here we go.
All right.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport, the thrill of victory, and the agony of defeat. The human drama of athletic competition. This is ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Yes.
Holy shnikes. By the way, the weightlifter
Lowe's
there,
and Home Depot both can't stand when
Yeah, I
you do
got
this.
the audio going. Sorry.
Okay. Y'all saw the big weightlifter there, Vasily Vasilevsky from Russia. He was born 15 pounds, 11 ounces. A big boy.
Wow.
Hey guys, I can't top that mic drop on that
Mic
one.
drop.
Hey,
Mic
great
drop.
being with y'all
Yeah.
today. Have a
KLV.
wonderful day. Take care.
Hey,
Yeah,
glad
man.
you're back, my man. We love you. We'll see you next week.
Worth the copyright hit for one time. I'll get AI. Will get me out of it. Don't
Wow, that was so. Jim McKay, Jim McKay, and not to be confused with John McKay, the coach at Southern Cal. Chris and Brendan,
Well,
look
that
at that.
was-
Boy, that reminds me of so
guys,
many
what we're
Saturdays.
doing, excuse me, Rob, what we're doing right now is because of ABC Wild News Sport. They were the ones that invested in doing different sport, from skiing to covering Race Across America to all of these things.
Yep.
They built the remote production, high-end production sporting that we know today, that I grew up in, that I spent 17 years in. They built those TV trucks. They had compounds of TV trucks that would go out and do all this stuff. And it's really an amazing story of how those trucks then couldn't become sustainable. Then ABC had to sell those trucks, and those trucks became the trucks that rolled out all the stuff that we watch over the years. All those things came from ABC Wild World of Sports.
Wow.
Like, it was all from that concept. And what we're doing today is a direct result of that.
No doubt. And Chris and Brendan, watching that was a staple on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just big. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
the
Chris.
best part is the minute that you pull that up before you even hit play, I knew exactly what I was about to see.
Yeah. And I'm with Maury Gaston. It gives you
That's
goosebumps.
branding.
It gives you goosebumps and chills watching that. And just, thinking about the way, because we didn't have it all the time. And when we got to watch, it was special. And when we read, I cannot say it enough, the great writers. And then there's the guys that what we're doing is we're trying to always have that passion that the great writers do, like Buddy, Kevin Skarbinski, Tony Barnhart, all the people we have on here. Because when they went and covered an event, man, you read all about. Remember the newspaper, extra, read all about it. I mean, you can't get better than that, Chris. And you I know you cover football and basketball with passion, but I think you would crawl to Omaha to watch the World Series. Something about you, and there's something about baseball that makes us all 6 years old again.
Yeah, and look, a lot of what you like and do has to do with how you grew up. I mean, the first sporting event I ever saw, my dad took me to a minor league baseball game when I was 7 or 8, and just something took. I cannot to this day tell you what it is, but growing up with that, and I've got, if you could see a little bit of it, I got my childhood collection of baseball cards in the bookshelf behind me. I'll pull them out and look them up.
Oh yeah, I got my Donruss set of cards. I got stacks of them in there, like unopened.
Yeah, well, keep them that way. By the way,
yeah.
It took my son, by the way, to a card store yesterday. It was unbelievable. We had a good time. But I mean, I think the father-son moments and just the being able to transport yourself back to a time where you were 8 or 9 or 10, and that's all you thought about, and you had no stress in life. I think, I don't know if that's part of what keeps my hold on baseball. I think for sure, but I love the game, especially in a series aspect where there's so much strategy, not just in game, but okay, what are you going to do tomorrow? And I think that's what makes it different from any other sport. It's like basketball, Arkansas and Kentucky play. It's the same game every time, as long as nobody's hurt. It's just different venues. Baseball is a different game every day because of the pitching situation. And I think just the walking through all the strategy to me is just, I know we're in the South, football's king, but baseball to me is still, if you had to pick a sport the rest of your life and that's all you could watch, it would not be a hard choice for me.
Well,
I was sorry, Rob, but I was going to just say, and you said it, took the words out of my mouth, Chris. It's pitching. I pitched, like you don't, you really get to know what that's about when you throw, and you go out there and your pitch count, you know what you're doing tomorrow. How many you're going to throw. When you're, you may play, you may not play, you may come in, be asked to close, especially when you're younger. You may ask yourself. I mean, look, it can be the greatest mound in the world. You could feel like you're on the highest tower of the planet, and it could be the scariest and loneliest place in the world. You're out there, but that's, like I said, that's baseball, and that's what makes it great. The designated hitter, or not having the designated hitter, or whatever it is. You're right. It's like chess, right? It's just and I think people don't understand that when you're not saying a pitch and a hit, you're watching strategy. You're watching, you're watching, and people don't know what to watch for. Like signals from third base, like they don't understand the game behind the game, the gamesmanship of the game,
the strategy. It is a giant chess game, isn't it, Chris?
And all sports have that too. But I think the thing I like about, like in football, the bigger, stronger, faster team in college sports is just going to dominate most of the time. I mean, you line up and, you put LSU against University of Ohio and maybe one time out of 100 that might look different, if something really goes crazy.
Yeah.
Baseball, it's not like that for the most part.
Well, and I think that's what's drawing so many eyeballs to TV. And I'd love to see if they can crack 3.6 million viewers. That would be a significant milestone. But I will say last night, ESPN, you go straight to Scott Van Pelt and Kyle Peterson. I thought those are two. I mean, if you don't like, I really like Kyle Peterson. Former number one pick, Stanford All-American, major leaguer, and Van Pelt they had empathy for what Arkansas went through, but they also, you have to give respect to LSU because LSU could have folded. Okay. There's two sides to that thing, but obviously the focus is on Arkansas, the 3 straight plays. And John said it right. College athletics are going to be stronger than ever. We are going through a correction right now. This is a correction in the market. Okay. But we always come back. How many times have we been told it's over to bounce back? We will, because if you don't think winning and losing matters, in spite of NIL deals, you were not watching that game. Mm-hmm. And there will be stories and lessons learned forever from what happened in the 9th with 2 outs. And that's right in front of us all.
You're right. I can't wait till we get to the place where we get through and I think the changes are going to bring better things to college sports once we get there. I mean, did we all not get a little sick? And I'm not talking about these, but okay, the question for football season is, can anybody come within 2 touchdowns of Alabama or Georgia? That kind of thing. I mean, when it feels like it's over, once we get to a certain point in the season, that's not a lot of fun. I think a lot of the things that you're seeing, and you look at the way the playoffs played out last year in college football, we saw that. Now, there's all the levels of chaos and disorganization and no guardrails and no rules and empowering of the least ethical people in sports that none of us like, and I can get. But that's number one. And then I don't even remember where I was going with the other part. I think it was back to baseball. Oh,
the least ethical. I like that phrase.
Back to baseball. Like, it wasn't just 3 things. Like, it was pitching to Jared Jones. It was having a freshman left-hander in there who's Cole Gibbler's immensely talented, but they had more experienced guys. Like, there were a half dozen things that happened in the 9th inning alone that they're going to be rewound for God knows how many years in Fayetteville.
Yeah, and you every fan base out there has a book like this on the shelf of things that have happened. You pick the school, and it has happened to you. So I really have a deep disdain for people who sit on their ass at a football game waiting to hear scores of their rivals losing. I mean, I have enough pride in my own school that I just love my school. I don't hate anybody. I don't think hate is a virtue that's good. Unfortunately, it's taught, but it's a learned behavior. But if you're a fan of sports and you watch the ending of that game, you're going, "Oh my God." Those guys, they had it until they didn't. But what makes us come back for seconds and thirds in sports is there's always tomorrow.
Yeah, and boy, had there been a tomorrow,
next season,
literally, it would have been fun to watch for both these teams. And said, I think somebody earlier in the show said, in a few days they'll get over it. I think it's going to take more than a few days in Fayetteville. I think that's going to linger for a while. And I'm not superstitious at all. I'm the least superstitious person on the planet. But watching that fan base, and we have a lot of them in our chat at Southeastern 16, they've just been convinced. You heard it during the season. We're not going to win. We're just cursed. And I'm like, no, your team's good enough. Forget all that stuff. And then to watch that happen in real time last night after the memory of 2018 and the drop, pop, fly, foul, and all that. I mean, you're just like, my goodness.
And that was 2018, and I think everybody remembers that. And you just start thinking about the psychology. If I was Arkansas, you know who I'd go hire? Dr. Kevin Elko, sports psychologist.
Yeah.
And I've been in a room where he came and spoke to us and talked to him, his checklist of 7 things. But there's a lot. Some teams think they're going to win. Other teams know they're going to win. I think the DNA of LSU, Matt Dean has his power back on. He is back. By the way, Chris, we had a storm, or as my grandmother from Hohenwald, Tennessee, up in Midstate called it, storms. You may be getting those storms later today. We had about, 4 or 5 inches. It rained so hard that my neighbor down the street was gathering up animals in pairs. Chris, Matt, welcome aboard. Glad to have you back. You look great as always in front of the crystal cabinet.
Guys, great to be back. I apologize for the no-show this morning, and all I know is last night when the ground ball was hit to the Arkansas shortstop and the ball was thrown to third base, I said, this is going to come back and bite them, and I couldn't believe how it ended. I felt so bad for my Hog friends, and LSU is just magical sometimes in those situations. But the real story, and Chris, I'm curious your thoughts, has just been Coastal Carolina. Unbelievable, 26 in a row. How does LSU beat them? That's my question to you.
Well, LSU, among other things, securing the win, like not having to go one more game, allowed them to get their whole pitching staff whole. And that is not what you want when you face LSU. You got Cade Anderson is going to start on a week's rest now. I would presume he would go the opener. He is in the conversation for 1-1 in the draft. You got Anthony Einson behind him, who I think LSU, if that had gone into extra innings, probably would have used him. And if not, probably would have started him tomorrow. That would have made his availability a lot more tenuous for a championship series. That's off the board now. I would presume he goes in game 2. They got Zach Cowan, who hadn't pitched well in a month and a half. I think they had some mechanical issues. He started in one. He'd been a dominant arm for him. So now you got him whole and looking like you did early season. And you didn't have to use Kason Evans, who's maybe the best closer in the game and has also been starting games for them in a pinch here and there. And so now he didn't pitch in a few days. And so, look, Coastal may have the best pitching staff in the country, like 1 to 12 or whatever, but you're probably not going to need 12 arms now if you're LSU because you've got your top 2 guys are super durable. Cowan threw over 100 innings at Wofford last year, so he's got that in him. In Kason Evans, a closer, has had 6 inning starts. And now you got Chase Shores pitching well, who's hitting 100 to 102 with the fastball, is your 5th guy. You got Jaden Newt, some other guys out there that can cover an inning or 2. I think the matchup is going to be tremendous.
Look, I want to say on that baseball thing last night, Matt, we all saw the throw to third. maybe that earlier throw to first from Arkansas that went over, that gets in your head. And I had people texting me from all over America, friends of mine, different examples of that happening. You remember Auburn 2019, Edward Julian over there at third base has that throw. Auburn's up 4-1 in the ninth against Mississippi State. You're rolling and boom. Fear doesn't stop death. It stops life. You got to keep going. That's one of the 15 sentences that live rent free in my head. My wife gave that to me recently. Matt, you're back on the bench coaching again. You talk about a competitive guy. Again, as a coach, we talked about it earlier. And then in just a minute, I want to go to a couple of quick sound bites. We had Roman Harper from SEC Network came and spoke to the Touchdown Club in Memphis Monday, and I asked him a few questions real quick right after this. But Matt, what would you be saying, or do you need to say?
No, there's nothing you can say. And I felt, you got an out on the ground ball to the shortstop, so you move on. I felt so bad for the left fielder because he broke back on the play. He slipped.
Yeah.
He comes in, and, at that point, maybe, gosh, it would have been better off for him, hindsight's 2020, to just keep the ball in front of him, not try to make the catch, and you keep it at 5-4. But you're an athlete, you're trying in the game, and you come up, and gosh, he must have lost the lights a little bit because it almost looked like it hit him in the face. I mean, it hit the glove, but it looked like it hit him right in the face almost at first. And then you knew after they tied it at 5 with Jones coming up, who had tied the game earlier at 3, you're like, this is not going to end well. But remarkable year. It's really hard. I've twice had teams that lost by one possession in the last seconds to get to the Sweet 16, and a little different than trying to win the World Series, but it's still a tough loss in NCAA tournament play. And I just have a lot of respect for Arkansas's team because they've been so good all year. And I felt the same way, Rob, in different regards to your Auburn Tigers. When Coastal beat them at Auburn in 2 close games, I'm like, man, I didn't know what to think at first. We had Butch on the show, but then I see what Coastal's doing. I'm like, well, you know what? Auburn lost to a team that has a chance to win the whole thing, and have won it before back, I think, in 15 or 16. I'm not sure the year, but 16. I'm sorry.
16.
And last night, as a coach, your guys gave you everything. There's nothing you can say.
Yeah. I would agree with that. And Brendan, I don't know if we have the sound bites, just kind of bring them up if we do. But
Roman,
I think
let's talk about these quarterbacks coming into the SEC this year, starting with DJ Lagway at Florida. What does he bring for Billy Napier in year 4?
Excellence. This kid is a difference maker. He makes everybody on that team better. It was amazing to see. You changed one position, and that was at quarterback last year, and everybody on the Florida's roster got better. They played better immediately. And so whenever you see this, I like his arm strength, his size, his ability to be able to escape. Yeah. And then he just throws guys open, and the deep ball is always up when DJ Lagway's in the game. That was the one thing that jumped off the tape immediately was how many more deep passes were coming alive when DJ Lagway was in there playing quarterback, and that if you were 40 yards down the field, 55 yards down the field, you still had a chance to get the ball down the field.
Yeah. Roman, SEC race this year. Last year, Georgia took out Texas twice, in Austin, in Atlanta. Cole Kubelik last week said it's because they're more rugged than Texas. Texas will still, rugged. Yes, that was the read and react word. Okay,
I was like, but I would kill him with that word. If he used that, I would like, really? Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and tell us what do you think is going to happen this year, based on what you know up to this point, because a lot can happen in the next couple of months.
So I'd like Texas to have a better season than Georgia this year, but Steve Sarkisian in Texas has to figure this thing out at some point because right now they got the same problem that Georgia has versus Alabama. They can't beat them. And so if Georgia can't beat Alabama, Texas can't beat Georgia, something has to give because this year's game will be at Georgia and Athens, which Georgia's got a lot of their tougher games on paper in Athens this year. So that really bodes well for Georgia. But it'll be interesting because Georgia has to continue to, replace a lot of talent, especially on the defensive side of the football. And offensively, we got to see who they're going to be.
And Roman gave such a great talk, and looking forward to his TV show coming back on the Monday night with Cole Kubelik, Read and React. But golly, talking football and baseball, what a great time of year. And both of y'all get it when it comes to competition. And we know LSU, Coastal Carolina, best of 3. Starts Saturday, so it could go Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They don't take a day off between those games. It's 3 straight. Roger? Correct. Okay. So Monday night, college sports are over for a few weeks, and they kick off July 14th. I've got my credentials, my hotel room, and everything ready for SEC Media Days. Hope to see you there, Chris. And, get your thoughts real quick. Matt, you first, and then Chris on what you think is going to happen. Then I want to say something right after that.
I'll just say, let's go SEC. I think LSU is going to find a way. But, I told my wife last night when I saw that Coastal had won 26 games in a row, I'm like, that just tells me that their win streak transcends who they're playing. They are as good, if not the best team in the country. I do like Chris's breakdown in the prior section where he talked about the pitching situation. So that's definitely going to be really interesting. And there's just a lot of really good. The one thing I noticed this whole time, Chris, this whole World Series is the amount of arms out there. And I also thought, I missed, I didn't get a chance to talk to John earlier, but you got a Sunbelt team in the final again. And just the sport of baseball, you can't really do this in football. It's hard in basketball, especially with the money these days. But in the sport of baseball, if you can keep some of the key pieces on your roster with your money, you got a chance to make a run. But I'm going to go with the SEC.
Yeah.
Chris Lee, you're next up on the podium.
I'm going with LSU in 3 games, but I think Coastal could win it too. And as an aside, I love seeing games in this venue. I'm so sick of slow pitch softball that this has turned into. And I don't know how you pitch in the current environment between all the conditions in the small ballparks. And I love seeing this, and I also like seeing Hoover, where it feels like, okay, this is more real baseball, where everything is valued and not one fluke ball, clearing a short wall to put 3 runs on the board and changing the complexion of the game.
That is a great take. I mean, it's strategy. I mean, and so much is when you see those coaches walking out to the mound, I mean, they're very calm. Yeah. And I think that I watched last night. It'd be cool to have a mic on these guys. And then after the season, what they're saying out there, because the pressure's there. If you want to live a life that most people want, you got to be willing to live the life that most people won't. They're not willing to put the time in to do. And, we're seeing now people attacking because they lost a bet online. Yeah. Put those people in the wood chipper, in my opinion. That's disgraceful. And I'm telling you, and by the way, Roman Harper, love this guy, and he's become my friend and a friend of our show. So generous to come on. He has a foundation called Harp Helps and provides Christmas for like 40 families in Prattville, Alabama every year. Also in Charlotte, does a lot of stuff. And we're going to get him to talk. I got on to him. I said, why haven't you ever told us about it? But his mother made him do that as soon as he signed his first NFL contract in 2006 when he was a rookie. And he said, number 43, you never forget the number you were picked in the draft, and you never forget where you were and what you were wearing. So anyway, let me say something real quick, and then I want y'all to close out. Landers Ford folks out there, Poplar and Houston Levy, Collierville, Germantown and Collierville come together. Huge lot. I was talking to Don Kitchens there, the president, and Brad Bellamy, the GM. Talk about NIL. Don Kitchens played football at Ole Miss. I can't imagine how many cars or trucks or SUVs he has sold by people walking in, talking Ole Miss and SEC football, and then boom, you're driving off the lot. Great people to work with at Landers Ford, right down the street from our good friends at Hewlett and Dunn Boot and Clothing Company. And folks, these hats are awesome. The truckers hats with the wax canvas front, designed by J.M. Huffman and Charles Hall. Great people out there And you talk about people that are great stewards in the community. Man, Hewlett and Dunn, you can't beat them. Just like Winter Timber Outdoors in Athens, Alabama. That store opens in about 6 weeks on University Drive in Auburn, Alabama. Guys, this is a great show because both of y'all understand how hard it is to win. Matt, I'm so glad you're back on the bench coaching. By the way, Chris, last week, he goes, I can't make it. I've got to take a recruiting trip. How much fun was that?
Quickly, because I know we're against the time clock here, but I'm in the gym, 10 courts going. There's a bunch of really good high school teams. I'm up in Kansas City area watching Nebraska kids, Oklahoma kids, Arkansas kids, Missouri kids. And it's the element. I've done this for a long time, Rob, as you know, and all it takes, you make a trip, you find that one person that fits your school, and I was able to do that. Now we'll see if we can enroll this young lady, but really excited. And I think the thing about being in coaching is like every game, the preparation part for a junkie like me. I know fans like watching the games, but coaches like behind the scenes. Coaches like practicing. Coaches like figure out a way to get better every day, and that's kind of like my mantra. So excited to be back, man. Excited to be back.
I love it. Chris, let them know how they can follow you as well with all the great work you're doing at Southeastern 16, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, just go to YouTube, Southeastern 16. You can find us there. Podcast platform, same thing. We cover baseball, football, and men's basketball year-round.
Well, man, we are so blessed to have y'all. I like Blind Squirrel Sports. Excellent show, gentlemen. It's a team effort. It's not about one individual. It never is, never will be. Hope everyone has an awesome day. We'll see y'all both next week, and a lot of baseball between now and then. Thank you. Brendan, man, that was so cool pulling up the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat with Jim McKay. Hey, Mother Teresa said it best. We can't do everything. We can't. We can all do something. And we're all blessed beyond belief. It's like talking to Roman. We're all blessed. Let's give back. Most often we see the face of Christ in the least among us, and we live in the greatest country in the history of the world. We'll see you today at 5 p.m. Eastern, AU Undercover, Buddy Martin Show tonight. Thanks for watching. For executive producer Brendan Martin. Good night, John Boy. Have a great day.